Call me the WinZip icon because we're going again. That's right. Nope, that's the wrong button. That's right. We're making another model optimizer, this time for a different VTuber format. That's right. We now have a second project. And I'll be honest, I've already done all of the hard work. So, you see, damn, I just hit the Darman, so you see. You see, there is a format of avatar called VRM, which stands for VR model, I guess. I don't fucking know. I didn't make it. But it is the typical 3D model format. No, we're not making a JS framework. We're making something way worse. Now, this model format is actually just GLTF on the back end. So technically, this app will work with any GLTF model. But I'm still calling it Model Optimizer for VRM because fucking nobody's gonna know what it does otherwise. So, let's get down to business here. You see, ooh, I don't actually have a good scene for this. I mean, I could use my why is my tracking not working? I could use my full Visual Studio scene, but then I have to put it on the left screen, and I'm not gonna do that. So today is actually our first development stream of the year. So that's exciting. Our first software development on a day where I'm supposed to be doing things that are highlightable, but you know what? I don't give a shit. That's a problem for me to solve later. So we'll just, I don't know how we're going to deal with the Visual Studio problem, but we're just going to go ahead and go to the Visual Studio scene. All right. So Visual Studio will switch to Model Optimizer for VRM. What? It's fixed. I think that the scaling is entirely fucked, but that's okay. Why is the background? Oh, the background is extant. It's just not the right size. That's fine. We'll just make it larger. Does that make it easier to see? I hope so. Oh, you can still see the Solution Explorer too. We'll cut that out. I'm going to have to fix this later. But you know what? That's a problem for future me, isn't it? Show me thy code. It is atrocious. I have moved the code into a file named Black Magic because it's pretty bad. So the problem is I'm using a library called Sharp GLTF, right? And this library loves to hide all of its stuff in private structures, private read-only structures, so that I can't change any of the data. It wasn't meant for this. It was meant to build a model, not change a model. And I am very much changing a model. So I have to use a little bit of cheating. It is atrocious programming. It is not how you should do things like this. But the fact of the matter is, I don't want to fork their library and then add a bunch of setters and then have to deal with like keeping it up to date. So instead, I'm going to use this absolutely atrocious method, which is primarily because I'm lazy and don't want to make a pull request on their system. So I'll run you through it. Let's take a look if I can find. Okay, so in program, right? We take. I actually need to make string model name equals args at 0. Okay. So what we do is we take the model, we load it in, which will load all of its images, all of its accessors, all of its buffer views, all of the buffer and everything. And it'll blast it into an object that I can't actually change, so I have to use all of this bullshit to actually change it. We immediately save that again because it actually does reduce the size. So even when we do nothing, it'll reduce the size because I believe that VRM export for Blender uses line breaks, and the output of Sharp GLTF does not. It uses no line breaks. So the JSON looks like shit, but it's small. And generally, you're not looking at the JSON, so that's probably fine. So first thing we do is deep clone the model, because we're going to be editing the images in the model. And we can't do that in this loop without breaking everything. So we're going to deep clone it so we can get the images first. I may not need to do this, but honestly, like, I don't care. It uses like 30 megabytes of memory, and it makes my life a lot easier. We alias the list, which I don't think we use anymore. This was when I was doing even more crazy shit. I was casting this back to its real type. But I don't need to do that. So we have num images, which is also unreferenced. Also, for some reason, like IntelliSense isn't working. So it's not like giving me suggestions, and I don't know why. Like if I hover over it, it'll tell me what console.writeLine does, but it won't, while I'm typing out the function, it won't give it to me. So I'm like, well, fuck, how am I supposed to program like this? So I programmed this a little bit on hard mode. So this is here because reading image2.content will throw an exception if the content is invalid. Which is fun because that's the only way I have to test things. So we have to throw an exception and catch it, which is great. It's a little weird, but it's fine. So we get a buffer view, which is also not referenced. Yes, also the content has it's two things in a row. You have to write content. It's weird. I think the thing is that this image has a content, which is the image in memory, which also has a content because it's the actual memory, which is referenced to the buffer, I believe. So essentially what we do is we load the model, we clone it, we go through the clone's images, because if we do it on the main model, it'll blow everything up. And for each image, we save it, run good old opta.png on it, and then we load that back, and then we attempt to replace the image. This is where all of the crazy horse shit happens. If we go here, you can see we do some calculation to find some of the we allocate a new buffer. We calculate all of the positions. We copy all of the data before the thing we want to replace. We copy the new content from the thing we want to replace, and then copy the unrelated data. Ignore these variables. It was throwing exceptions. Then we have to call reflection to update the segment length for the image that we just replaced. So in GLTF, you have images, which are buffer views into a big buffer. So the way that GLTF files are specified is it's a machine-readable JSON document followed by a shit ton of binary data, which is the buffer. Then you have buffer views, which define segmentation in the buffer. So for example, your buffer might be your textures, then some like parameters about bones, like some other scene items that might be there, meshes and everything like that. It's all one glob of garbage. The buffer views tell you what garbage it is. So the images have like the image for the skin texture might be buffer view 6, which will tell you, oh, it's from 20 megabytes in for 2 megabytes. So what we're doing here is we are updating the buffer view that this image did refer to have a new length. Not a new pointer, because we haven't changed that, just a new length. So then we have to loop through all of the buffer views in the document. We check to see if the image size delta is 0. This is a special case. I mean, we could actually take this up. So if image size delta is not 0, then we do this. If the image size is the same, we don't do anything. It may be different content, but may not necessarily be different size. So we loop through all of the buffer views, and if the index of that buffer view is the same as the index of the image, we continue, so we don't edit it. Otherwise, we calculate its offset by using reflection, because it turns out that if you have a bad content and it's because the buffer offset hasn't been updated yet and it no longer points to a location in the buffer, this will throw an exception. So we have to use reflection to get it. But yes, if the view offset is less than the in pointer, we just ignore it. We also have to do less equals, because if it's 0, then it'll put a negative offset and it'll blow everything up. Otherwise, we do this function, which just gets the field and sets its value. Then we get, this is all to change the buffer. So GLTF allows you to have multiple buffers, but in this case, it's always one. Usually, if you have a VRM model with 2 buffers, this shit's gonna blow it up. So yeah, gotta keep your backups. So we get the buffers. We then clear it by invoking clear, which is right here. Then we create a new buffer with the new full buffer that we created earlier, and then we add that to the buffers of the model. This happens for every image it finds. Then we call merge images and isolate memory, which I don't actually know I have to do. I just put these because I was testing. So we'll see if that does anything. Do I have a model loaded? I do. I should probably load a new model, because that's an already processed model and won't give us good information. We'll load Assyria without wings as our model. We'll see how this goes. Index is outside the bounds to the right immediately. Oh, there's no if here. If not debug. No. We'll just let it run over for now. That's fine. This will return though. It's still throwing exceptions. What? Oh, because this is, yeah. Else if else model name equals args at 0. Okay, that should work. Huh. What? That's interesting. It's telling me that it's invalid now. Okay, so that model isn't valid. We know that this one is, so we'll just replace it. Okay. So now we're running it on the Aletta made model, and we will see how that goes. Currently processing. It'll take a while because there are 39 textures. And 5 of them are large. We're at 22 of 39 right now. Yeah, I don't know how the other one is invalid. It does load. Pretty sure it does load. Heck if it loads. Try it. This area no wings I tried to load, I think. It does load. So my version of the GLTF format is more anal about validation than the other ones. So this is all done now. And if we look at the output file, the input file was 26.7 megabytes and the output was 22.3. We also saved 0.3 megabytes by saving it without line breaks. Does the output file load? Yes. The tracking is all kinds of fucked up though. But yes, the output file does load, which is good. So the problem is this can throw an exception. I wonder how many of my files throw exceptions. We could try it. Let's try this. So we're going to build this again. And I'm just going to drop in all of these files. Delete all of the tag files. Sort by type. Go to open in terminal. Then we will do 4 files mask star.vrm. Command cmd c model optimizer for VRM. At file. Okay, so this is gonna go for a while. My concern is it might run on. I probably should just drag them all into the thing. Because the thing is, what'll happen is it will run on the intermediates that Model Optimizer creates. So I'm just gonna start a bunch of these, which is probably gonna cause the stream to get all freaky, but that's okay. Actually, more of them than you would expect are failing. Oh, that's a VRide. I can't run that. Did it just say file not found exception? What? Wait, they're all writing to the same temporary file. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a second. That is an issue. Yeah, they're all writing to the same temporaries. All right. And then for now, what we'll do is if model name that ends with a step 1.vrm or model name that ends with final.vrm return. And then we can use our 4 files to do it, which will be fast. Or at least easy. I don't know about fast. Oh. Oh, that is another issue. So the thing I've done is I've made it interactive, which I'm trying to do a batch operation, so I can't make it interactive. Uh-oh. Does that work? Yes, okay. That is good. Okay. It is now running a batch operation on the entire folder. This should end up taking a while. They all have finals already. How are they already on finals? A lot of them are final, but they haven't saved nearly any size. Here, we'll do it without. I was trying to do it multi-threaded, but huh? Not even running off to PNG. This isn't happening. What? Okay, let's try this. Oh, this also probably needs quotes. It's probably why that's not working. This optipng is not finding the files. Okay, now we can go back to doing this with 13 threads. Okay. All right, now everything is going. So it looks like Asaria no wings might be the only one that fails to verify. In which case, that's not like the worst. I think one of them failed. Nope, it's still going. All right. We are kind of punching the CPU though because we're running 13 instances of OptiPNG at once. We're running out of memory actually. 60% is pretty rough, but that'll live probably. Let us see. How will it go? to 35 pictures on the maid outfit for Aletta. Dusk V1 cat is 37. Dusk 1 is 34. They should all have 39, I think. I could be wrong. We are seeing a few finals coming in. Weirdly enough, the applications are not reporting, like, they're not exiting, which is weird. Because my 4 files still says 0 of 13 items. Or 0 out of 13 items left, I guess. Still going. Okay. So, not all of them finished. Let's see. How many of them failed? This one failed. That one isn't a VRM file. I'm just going to delete this. See. Failed. You failed. You failed. Or did you? You did. So we had 13 inputs and 5 of them failed. 4 of them failed. Okay. Out of curiosity, if I run them separately so that they are not getting blasted, why have these failed? The problem is I dragged it onto the thing, so I'm actually not going to know because it's not going to hold open. It's the thumbnail again. It's always the thumbnail. Oh no, it worked. Okay, so that's it probably failed because I was running 30 at once. It probably freaked out. So we'll rerun all of the ones that failed. This one fails verification, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Actually don't know which one I just put in for running. We'll hope that this isn't the same one. Oh, it is. And then we'll put this one in. I know this one works because this is the one I was using for testing. All right, we're seeing changes in size of about 20%, which makes sense because most of the data isn't actually textures in these models. A lot of it is just random, like 59 kilobyte buffers that I have no idea what they are, but there's like 500 of them. So it's pretty big. If I don't know anything about them, I can't possibly compress them. So I also don't think I can compress them without breaking the specifications of either GLTF or VRM. The exporters would have to be pretty shit, and I don't think they're shit. I mean, I guess I don't know. We'll see if this works. The next point of improvement on this, once it's done, is to improve the UI, because the UI is pretty shit. So these are all done, these are all done, these are all done, these are all done, these are all done. So every single one of them completed successfully, except for Asteria No Wings, which is probably due to the exporter I used when I was editing it. So that's probably on the Unity export for or Blender export for VRM. I think that's probably the issue. It was an experimental version, so that doesn't really surprise me. But yes, let's make a thing here. How much smaller are these on average? So let's go to drive.google.com. We're going to make a sheets document. So okay. All right. We'll turn on Dark Reader so that I don't blow out your eyes. And then we will go to our sources, add a window capture. That's not on the right computer. It would help if it was on the right computer. I was wondering where all of the things were. All right. Capture a spreadsheet. All right. Oops. All right. Let's see how successful our compression was. So for Asteria v4, in file size is 26057. I'm just writing these straight from File Explorer. The step 1 is 25836. Final is 22030. The no wings is 25820. Step 1 is 0 and final is 0 because it failed. The made document is 26476, 26235, and 22065. Desk fee 1 was 23789, 23770, to 19401. V1 cat is 26821. Is 26546 and 2063. I guess the extras for the cat ears make it significantly larger. Eyes only is 12548, 12538, 9057. The cat maid outfit is 26797, 26527, 22371. Afraid of Women is 24029, 23992, 20511. Aura 2 is 23368, 23357, and 17602. Aura 1 is 22902, 17669, and then 23357. 23368. Right? 2347, then 17669. Oh, what? 22902. 22892. Okay, they all look the same. It's 12 consecutive files that have a very short name starting with A and then a V number. It's hard to read these. 26023, 25775, 22469. Then the cat document is 23568, 23550, 19397. And the cat maid document is 27406, 27125, 22927. Okay. Now this equals D3 over C3. Oh, I did want to do that. This is F3 over C3. I still did not fill it. Okay. We will actually convert this to a table. I don't care. These are not dollars. They're percents. Oh, that was your problem. Oops. Not that way. Okay. So now I want to change this. Can I change it to custom number format? 0, comma, comma, nope, comma, AIB. I'm beginning to hate Google Forms or Google Sheets. I have to do this. Oh, actually, I should probably put decimal places. Okay. So okay. Yeah. Actually, we'll just remove this data. Now I want to do a table. Isn't there a way to add a footer? Insert table footer. And not. How do you mean ref? Oh, I can't do it because there's two. Okay. Okay. So it looks like we save about 19%. It's less important, I think, less significant than the 60% we get for um, model optimizer for Live 2D. Up to 60%. It depends on what your graphic software is doing. So that's not too bad. It's still probably worth releasing if people have large collections of models, or for model creators who want to uh, make their models smaller for sending. So now what we have to do is we have to attempt to use every single one of these models to see if it works. Because if it doesn't work, that's a problem. So we're going to do a quick sanity check on all of these models. Unfortunately, my tracking is a little freaky. And for some reason, Vignon's keybind to reset it is not working. Give me a moment. All right. So we'll load up Vignon. Let's see if these work. So if we drag in Alada, made, that works. Oops. V1 cat. V1. My old Aura model. Yep. The second level Aura model. Dusk Afraid of Women. Dusk made. Dusk but only eyes. Dusk cat. Dusk base. Saria. And Saria as a maid. It works. Surprisingly. All except for that one that didn't. So this one doesn't save nearly as much size, but I will probably still release it. We are going to make it a little bit cleaner though, because it's pretty bad. First things first, we're probably going to stop saving step 1, because step 1 saves all of 0.5%. So it's just not worth the extra disk space you're going to have to spend until you delete it. So we will no longer save step 1. Second, we need to clean up our code a little bit. So clone to stop the images from blowing us up. Okay, so what I want to do is open our model optimizer for VRM from the list. Or not VRM, for Live 2D, rather. Because I want to base the UI from that. Do I even have it? No. I do not, apparently. I have model optimizer, but there's nothing in there. Apparently I can load a project from an exe file. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay. I do actually have to clone my own model optimizer repo. Github.com slash hello. Okay. What I want to do is take the UI from that. It's just a bunch of different like functions and stuff that make it nice. So I'm going to make a constant float kilobytes. Take our clear console, but really, take display authors. We'll take our overrides for right line and right. All right. We'll take our headers from before. Okay. Okay. Then I want to get the contributors list from Sharp GLTF. All right. I'm not giving any credit to Dependabot. Okay, I'll just try it myself. I'm just copying their names from GitHub. Their real name if they provided it, and their screen name otherwise. I assume that if they provided their screen, or if they provided their real name, they want to be known by it. How many are there? There's 11, I think. So we'll make them 4 per line. Okay. Now the model name will be defaulted to model.vrm. So get rid of this. If arg's.length is 0, then we will do console.writeLine. Did not find a model. If arg's.length is 0 and not file.exists model name, did not find a model at model.vrm. Please specify the path to your model. Then string path equals console.readLine. If not file.exists path. Okay. So if it is help to console.writeLine usage, model optimizer for VRM, model name, or model file. Okay, this was a cheat so that it wouldn't run multiple times. Then we'll clear console, but really, or write line. These should be write lines, not console.writeLine. Write line. Processing. Model plus model name. So we will take model root model equals this. Put this in a try catch. So right line. We failed to load the model. Probably this means your model uses unsupported extensions or the exporter is broken. Here's the message it gave us. It's Chungus? Is that because I used GoTo? I don't believe this is used either. So then this is loop through all images in the model clone. Reading.content throws an exception. Sometimes. So part of what I want to do is improve how it looks while it's processing. This should work automatically if model is defined, but it's not. So instead, we will give it the path. I apparently don't have the folder open. Okay. I don't know why everybody hates GoTo. It's good. I might have to look into what allows me to do underlines again. I forget. I think I use it. This is italics. This and this. We also need to do some of the changes to the console encoding. We write line. And this will be it's already white and black. Then we will write in italics. Which is this. Image2.name at 2.logical index. Okay. This will be dark gray. I want to write an extra 2 new lines, or actually 1 new line, to give 1 line of space. This will also be dark gray. The X1B 3M error reading image. Image 2.name at, or actually error reading image. e.message. The console color dot red. So now we'll do image size will be image 2 dot, or in size rather, divided by kilobytes. Okay. Now we save that to a file. We then run up to PNG on it, load it back in, and then delete it. Okay. I think that works. Let's try that. My definition of kilobytes wrong? It is. Oopsies. I was wondering about that. I was like, 0.02 kilobytes is pretty low. Does that work? So I'm going to indent these. Is that what this is? Image that. Is that why it was? Yeah, it was how that was why it was intended. What is the ANSI code to go back to the beginning of the line? Oh, I can just call return actually. Okay. Okay. So what I want to do now is take a long full size or total size before, long total size after. So total size before. Okay. So we want to do um there's some hmm, is model dot logical buffer views dot where x dot find images dot any dot sum x dot content dot length count. Let's say long. Okay. Console width equals console dot width or window width minus 2. There's going to be one left brace and one right brace. Hmm. How do I want to do this? Okay. So now what we can do is int leading spaces equals space minus x.length over 2. Trailing spaces equals space minus text.length over 2. Actually, space minus text.length minus leading spaces. For int I equals 0, I is less than leading spaces, I increases. This is slow, but it's fine. Right space for color, back color. Actually, we could just do this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this looks. If it looks good at all, probably won't, but see what happens. See if it even loads this, or if it'll blow up. There's a pretty good chance that this line will crash. But I prefer not to have to do it manually, but I might have to. Oh, I just realized old model composition is going to use the wrong variable. It's set to use model again. It's okay. We'll fix it on the next iteration. It's also supposed to have a legend that I forgot to write. Right. So, that's not quite right. Two problems. Right centered is not considering the fact that the text does have length. Deleting spaces is the space, which let's say is 10. Minus text.length, let's say it's 2 over 2. So this is 10 minus 2 over 2 is 1, is 9. So this should have this around it. That works. Additionally, let's put the legend. So to write image data in green. The only thing that kind of sucks is that it's going to take a long time to do this again. Because it's a very long running task. Okay. I think there's a decent chance that the output of the like bars will be one character too many. It'd be really annoying, but it'll probably happen. I know you can't see this either. It's not that exciting. You're not exactly missing the crazy stuff. I mean, I can put it here. Oh dear. We're gonna have to find the right one. Here it is. I'm actually going to use the other window capture for this. I'm pretty sure that one is spaced for Minecraft. But yeah, here it is. About to happen. There's 2 more images. This one is thumbnails. This is actually the last one. Why did it end immediately? Supposed to have a... That's annoying. Visual Studio was supposed to give it a hold open, but it didn't, so we have to rerun it. I mean, I could also just, for the time being, do one of these. No, because I need to see if it's different. I was gonna say I can just disable the actual optimization. Just make it do the very quick copy instead of the rewrite. But this is important. Because he says wacky macros. Yes. So the old model composition is actually written incorrectly. It thinks that absolutely none of its data is used for image data. Interesting. So probably what we'll have to do is do this before we do any of the modifications to the model, or we can reload the model from disk. Something like this. We do model2 equals root model root load model name. Sorry, read settings. Curious to see if that will actually fix the problem with the other model. If we're going to explicitly try it. I don't know what the default validation is. So we'll see. We also need to make sure that this... Yes, so that should be fine. So, out of curiosity, are going to test to see... It did actually fix it. Very interesting. Also, a bunch of people just joined, but if you are just joining us, we are currently making a an optimizer for 3D. VTuber models. Because I don't think one exists. So this is I would say a simple app. It's a little bit atrocious, but it does optimize the textures in your model. If they are PNG, if they're JPEG, good fucking luck. They have to be PNG. But if they are PNG, this will make them good. Let us see. Gonna do the thumbnail. Let's see if the bars work. I don't think so, because I don't think I fixed anything. But we'll see if the bars work. Oh, they do. Look at that. I think that looks pretty snazzy. The only thing I'd like to do is do the old model first. Actually, what I can do is only sometimes. Only sometimes. Oh, I can't pause it because it's release. I was gonna drag it back. Realistically, it's not going to hit this breakpoint. Yeah, no. No, my git clone is showing. All right. It is a little rough that I have to do this really long running task every time I want to try it. There's just no other way to do it. I could make it save intermediates, but then if you use it on more than one model, it's going to not only trash your folder with a bunch of random PNG files, but it's also going to take forever on the first run anyway. And then if you want to use it again for a different one, it's not going to work at all. So, can you believe that I thought that this was going to be fast? Oh well. I've already spent 4 hours working on it before stream, trying to figure out how the hell I was going to get GLTF to bend to my will. Took a long time, I'll tell you that. It isn't pretty either, but it does work somehow. Through the power of setting variables I'm not even supposed to be able to see, we will get it to work. Look at that. I think that looks pretty good. I think that it's not crazy. I mean, if I could figure out what the hell this is and then like do that, that would be pretty good. But as of right now, this is pretty decent savings. I mean, it's 3 megabytes. It's not, crazy, but it's pretty nice. Especially if you're low on storage or you're like sending this over the internet or syncing it to like Google Drive or something. Or if you have a lot of them, that could be pretty nice. And this also fixed the issue because like this file specifically wasn't loading, but changing it to try fix made it work. So now the question is, does the file work? It is an errant file that has been corrected by my wacky program that might not even work. Does it work? Apparently, yes. That's better than I expected. Let's go. I don't think I can get away with doing anything else to minimize these. We could put a secret flag, like wacky mode or something, that like actually opens the file and saves it with a lower bit depth. Right now we strip all of the metadata too, because I noticed that Photoshop will put shit in it. Can I do anything else with OptiPNG? Mm-mm. I mean, technically, I can run any utility before OptiPNG to make it smaller too. Um, Maybe we do make an app because we can load, like, we can actually just load the image here. So we can do image or bitmap b equals. Wait, do I not have bitmap? Oh yeah, that's right. Net 10 apps don't come with system sharding common. The idea is I can like reduce its bit depth and see. It might make interesting results. I don't know. Actually, I should probably do this differently. Firstly, we should probably put this here. Second off, we'll do var args 2 equals args dot skip 1, which must always be the file name. Um, So now we can reuse. If we do reuse, we don't run up to PNG again. And we don't delete the file. So now what we can do is we can come into the program. We could also do a true or false, like, do you want to reuse files? But I think not. Well, for now, we'll just make it a switch that's hidden. So I want to do model optimizer for VRM, Isaria v4.vrm, and then R to reuse the data and keep it loaded. They're still getting deleted. Right, since reuse doesn't run up to PNG, it just copies the data directly from one side to the other. It doesn't actually do any processing. So now the idea is we come into here, we open the model, we open any interesting looking files. We can use save as to save it in a different bit depth. So for example, I'm going to take these files and save them with, let's say 4 bits color. I have no idea how this is going to look. We are absolutely like starving the bits. This one probably needs 8-bit because it has transparency. Technically, this one just 2. I'm just assuming that it's not going to be a problem. It very well might be. I don't even think apps use this normal map. I'm just changing anything that is moderately sizey to be saved with 2-bit color instead. What? I just got a full screen interruption on Twitch's control panel that says we're introducing a new way to control ads. Cool. We're introducing a new way for you to schedule ad breaks during your stream. Set up a schedule. This panel allows you to see a timeline of scheduled ads that are coming in, to run them ahead of time and snooze them back. What? Nothing changed. It's still just Ads Manager. Nothing changed at all. What the fuck was the point? Why did it just give me a tutorial on how to use Ads Manager? I've used it before. Quite often, actually. Alright. I've now absolutely blasted the bitrate for most of the model. This one we'll use 8-bit because I don't think I can get away with having it be 4-bit, which doesn't include transparency information. Change it to median cut because it's worse. I think that's most of the files that are of decent size. This already been blasted. This is surprisingly large. Alright, we'll load this one too. We'll also save this with 8-bit. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up all of the PNGs in this folder because running this without reuse will clobber them. Now I'm going to run Model Optimizer again without the reuse flag. No, I do want to use it with the reuse flag. Did it do anything? Did I move it? I may have moved the files instead of doing the right thing. Hold on. So if not reuse, then delete the file if it exists. And then if reuse and the file exists, we just reuse it. So we clobbered it again by running it without reuse. It's still saying that the texture data is large. It should not be. I think it's still extracting it. Oh. Okay. Copy this up. It's part of the reason I saved the data. Okay. I knew that something was weird. All right, now the model data is very small. That's for Asteria V4. So the final is now very much smaller, but I've also annihilated the textures to be very small. Not with true compression, but with reducing the quality of the textures as much as I could. I'm kind of curious to see what she'll look like. Actually, surprisingly, doesn't look that bad. I did forget to do a couple of the textures and it shows. But honestly, better than I expected. Let me go back. I want to try some things. So we should have a texture for the eyes here. I want to try annihilating the bits on these, which I think will cause them to be opaque. So I'm gonna do 2-bit. This is extreme bit blasting, I guess. And this should theoretically look awful. But what if it looks cool? What is my rationale? Yeah, no, it looks awful. Okay. So instead, we'll save it at 8-bit. We'll keep it on median cut because it's worse. So we'll do the same thing for this file. There's a texture for the hair that I missed, which I need to save in 2-bit. I think this is not updated either. And no, and this needs to be 8-bit. I have no idea where this is, but it's 8-bit. Actually, it could be 2-bit. Maybe 4-bit. Its color choice is really bad. Median cut is so bad at choosing colors. All right. Is this a full color? Have I already blasted this? I have no idea. We'll give it 2-bit. So I should be clear that I'm currently lossily compressing my model. I'm making the model look very weird in exchange for less size. The image data is almost nothing now. I don't know if this is a simple texture or if it's actually a circular thing. So we'll save it with 8-bit. All right. So I've now made all of my models low, or all of my textures low bitrate. The image data is now 1.3 megabytes, down from 10. And I'll be honest, I'm surprised at how decent the model still looks, even with so much detail removed. So let me show this to you. So if you absolutely blast nearly all of the texture data, this is how this area looks. Honestly, better than I thought. This is with most of the texture saved at 2 bits, which is down from the 24 bits we had before. She actually doesn't look that bad. Kind of an interesting, like, low bitrate thing, though. What I might even do is make a program to save it in like 2-bit. So it would do some sort of posterization on the coloring. It would save it in like 2-bit color, and then would resave it in 8-bit color using the or maybe save it in 24-bit color using the alpha channel of the original image. You can have low bit depth but still have alpha, because with with 8-bit, alpha is either yes or no. So that's what you run into. Because I think it uses like the GIF palette system where you have a 16 by 16 palette, and each pixel is just a byte. It represents what color it is. And the same thing for bit depths, even lower than that, but I think it doesn't support alpha. But yeah, I once again, this is not what the model optimizer for VRM does. This is me playing around with it. The output of this should look like this. The colors are all fine. But my model optimizer will allow you to edit your textures. If you use the undocumented flag that allows you to reuse images. I guess I should test it without those flags set to see what it does. Because I haven't actually done that. So we'll really quickly re-upload all of these into the folder. And we will run model optimizer without the flag, which should cleanly delete all of the images, which it is not doing. Oh, it does it before the run, not after the run. We'll make the default logic to delete the file if it's set to not reuse again. Oh, you can't see anything because it's this area. But yes. It would be interesting to like bit crush models and stuff. Like I don't think I can do it with Chiba Mio's models though. I may not have the ability. I could ask. Just be like, hey, can I do this? Probably be like, no. I wonder if PNG will cleanly save a complicated alpha matte, but a simplified color matte. I don't know. I wonder if they're like different layers. It would be interesting to have like processing that I could do on models to create alternate versions of them. I mean, I did have an idea for a model system where it would like you could run a command or a redeem to randomize the parameters of the model. So like it would choose random options. I think that could be fun. But I feel like you would end up with like where models where you have like bunny ears, fox ears, cat ears. You would end up with a bunch of ears because they would all be randomized individually. And there's no good way to stop that from happening because you don't necessarily know. And also, a lot of them are named in non-English, so I can't like look for the word ear. Not always there. But yes. All right. Now I gotta go make a Git repo, don't I? Can we use reflection somewhere in here too? I think we reflect once. No? Huh. That we stole some value from the console. Or not from the console, from the model. Maybe we did before, but I removed it. Okay. So we need to make a Git repository for this. I'm just gonna take the git ignore from model optimizer. I'll also take the readme from the license and readme from model optimizer. We're using .NET 9 or .NET 10. Cool. Cool. The Git repository is ready for upload. Git init, git it, or git stage all, git commit message initial, commit, git status. Okay. Now I need to make a blank repository on GitHub. Um, New repository, model optimizer for VRM. A VRM3D model optimizer. Git promote add origin. Git push view origin. I don't know what my password is. Cool. The Git history is already kind of fucked. Why does it not show my icon? I don't actually know what my email is on GitHub. Like broken. Oh. I mean, I could delete the Git repository and fix it. That way it appears correctly. Um, they told me that unexpected bad things would happen. Cool. Now my icon appears. All right. Now we have to make an icon for it. Have I got a run that's still alive? Yes. Why is that a thing I can do? Close all of these. All right. Now we'll open our page for Model Optimizer. I may not actually have it. Do I not actually have it? One for emote resizer. Interesting. I don't have the picture for Model Optimizer. We'll just have to make it again. All right. Actually, come to think of it, the texture size reduction is 30%. Okay. Now we have to go and make a VGen release for it. So we'll need to take the current version of OptaPNG. Oh, I need to make a script to make a release version of it. What is the command? It's .NET publish configuration. It's our x64 Windows. the Windows WinX64, I think. Self-contained false p publish single file equals true. That restore is taking a long time. Try again. Oh, it's because it's referencing the wrong address. Hold on. Yeah, that should work now. Where did my terminal go? Oh, here. Once more, the bot is blasted. It is still massive as hell. I think I had to fix this by putting it in the C# project file. Because it refuses. Oh, it's not in the C# project file. Um, oh, runtime publish single file true. Self-contained false. Nightbot is going crazy right now. Okay. We have now successfully, after 8 tries, made a framework dependent file. Now we can come over here. Copy opt-to-png. Did I not save the file? That's weird. I see neither of them. I'm going to ignore that it just said network error on VGen and choose to believe that this is fine. Oh. I just realized I wrote is dependent on the .NET Framework 9.0. That is not what it's called. Oopsies. Okay, I need to make a code one as well. I'll probably have to copy the folder. Delete these. Delete these. Make a folder. Model optimizer for VRM v1.0 source code. Oh, thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Sorry, I'm just I'm setting up. I was just releasing something on Fija. Also, I didn't. Oh, that's right. Because I'm on the VS page, I don't hear things like that. That's strange. But yes, welcome. We're making an application to optimize 3D models for VTubers. Or rather, we just made one. It's already done. But yes, how was stream? I hope everything was good. VGen looks so weird with dark mode turned on. Looks very strange. But yes, should be good to go now. Let us do. I don't remember how to. Hold on. Casually looks up how to how to conjugate a word in Spanish. I don't even think I don't have Spanish enabled anymore. Hold on. I have to get my accented keys. Spanish. Um, don't really need handwriting or speech recognition. Please do not set it as my display language. I will get so confused. Why is it downloading the narrator voice? I don't need that. Knew I was right with that. I was like, there's no way that I misspelled that. Alright. I can now use accented keys. Let's go. Alright. I'm alright, I'm cheating. I have no faith in my translation skills. Actually cheats again. Huh? There's no way to make you feel less confident in your translation skills than translating from the language you do speak to the language you're not sure about and then back. It's like, but I know that it's gonna sound weird, so instead I'll sound weird by my decision. I don't remember what around is. uh, if that sounds right. Word file. Okay. There we go. Now I have to make a video. Wouldn't it be funny if I made a video of me in a live 2D model advertising my 3D app? I just got a new message. Just guess I got a text, but I did not. Wild. All right. Do we record the video right now? We could record a video right now. Because I can use the replay buffer for the actual content of the video. Should I just record it now? Say fuck it? I could. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do something we haven't done in like a month. We're gonna use a 3D model. That's right. Turn off the tracking because I can only track one type at once. Hold on. I have to cheat again. Cool. It's funny. I my number one 3D modeler or like 3D artist for my models it is primarily speaks Spanish, and I don't. There's a massive language barrier, but we still somehow managed to be able to communicate through communally both cheating by using translators. But hey, I mean, I guess that's what they're there for, huh? iOS 26.2 is available. Details. Let's see. What do you put in? New design, intelligent experiences, and improvements to the apps you rely on every day. So what I'm hearing is that you've put in even more AI. Enhancements to wallet. How? Also, why is it not allowing me to connect? Oh, I didn't specify what tracking. All right. Chat. Get ready. You're about to see something that hasn't been seen in month. Just one. Just month. That's right. Chat. Hello. I forgot to close the menu. I actually don't think you can see it because I'm using Spout. But yes, I'm 3D. It's real 3D. I can do backflips. I can't do backflips. I'd die. But I can do turnarounds. That's about it. But I'm 3D and the ad UI worked. Let's go. It's such a rare occurrence. Okay, so shall we make our announcement? The way that we do the announcements is we turn off everything. Now it's just me hanging out. We can move the Model A to be centered on screen. Probably disable the overlay. All right. Now, all I have to do is not look like a fucking idiot for the next like minute and a half while I create a script. That's right. Scripted. Oh dear. There we go. That's right. Now I can wait, I can fully gesticulate. 1 second. We're setting it up for the full gesticulation. That's right. You thought it was just a half gesticulation. I'd be able to wave around and make crazy movements. No. Actually, it's even better because I can do something with Vignon that I can't do with VTube Studio. And I can gesticulate. I can wave my hands around as long as I don't hit my microphone. Casually checks to make sure that it is recording. I can. That's right. I forgot how weird it is to be 3D. I actually have to like keep track of what my hands are doing. I can't just like. You never know actually when I'm 2D whether or not I'm flailing my hands about. You have not a single clue. All right. Well, let's come up with what the hell we're about to say. I don't even think I didn't like script the 2D one all that off or like all that much. It was pretty simple. I was just like, hey, mention that the 60% and that you're leading into an animation, which I will not be recreating because it took like fucking 9 hours and nobody watched it. The retention at that point is like 7%. So I really like the idea of like starting in with call me the WinZip logo because I'm going again. It's such a stupid way to start it though. What am I going to say? You might remember me as the little green guy, but I'm back with another another app. That's right, bozo. That's right. That's right. Read it and weep. VR or model optimizer for VRM3D takes your 3D VTubing models. Maybe I should say another free app. 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little green guy, but I'm back with another app. Another free app. That's right. Read it and weep. Model optimizer for VRM3D takes your 3D VTubing. I sound like fucking. I sound like Billy Mays. Model optimizer for VRM3D takes your 3D VTubing models and makes them smaller. and optimizes the textures to reduce its size without losing any quality. What else should I say? Uh, I uh I saw reductions of 20%. It's not as good as the 60% you get in the VTube Studio stuff because the model is primarily not actually texture data. At least mine aren't. Actually, out of curiosity, if we open VRM Studio, right, and we export the default model, so nothing extra, not even any hair, just whatever it shows to me the second I open VRM Studio, I wonder how effective it would be at reducing the size of the textures. Because I generally have like clothing items that go over the body. I mean, they have it for the default model too. You're not just exactly fucking naked, but like, I have extra. Like they have like a shirt. I think I have like a shirt and then an overcoat. And I have pants. I got shoes. I'm very curious to see what would happen if I just exported the input directly. Do I even have VRoid Studio? Is it not a Steam app? Is that was fast shit. Already done installing. All right, create new. The default guy. Avatar name default guy. All right. Default guy.vrm. Literally just the default. Not even going to bother to save. Okay. Now, question is, if I run the model optimizer for VRM on default guy, how much do we save? Save gaming? Or die try? All right, let's see. Bin release net9. Grab this file here. The very most default model. Did I forget to hold open? I may have. Okay. I wonder if the model is primarily not, if this one is primarily image data. It's actually half image data. That's interesting. So my models are about a third image data, but this one's actually half. So 5.5 image and 6.1 non-image down to 3.4 image. Interesting. Well then. Yes. Little 2D green guy. What else do I say? This is like 8 seconds. Get it for free on my VGen shop at vgen.co/Wenloom. Is my link in the bio? I can't actually remember. You think I would know these things? I do not. No, because I'm not allowed to have links in my bio. I wonder if it's gonna. So I have somebody who has been having issues running it, and I wonder if it's Defender blasting me. I probably should have like tested it to see if Defender is gonna blast it. I can upload it to Virus Total. I think Defender uses virus totals, scans. I mean, I know there's no viruses. I literally made it, but it'd be kind of funny if virus total went like it's a virus. Be like, wait a minute. But I mean, it runs. It checks for model.vrm. I really doubt that any of these would even be able to get the application to do the thing. Most of them are going to run it and nothing's going to happen because it's going to be like, here's how to use this. But yes. Let's see. Damn, 3 hours for that. That's rough. Once again, the secret sauce is OptiPNG. I'm gonna have to think about what I'm gonna do with my hands and shit. Cause I can like gesture and shit. 3D VTubers. I'm gonna need to have my my screen, my fast screen instead of Twitch to see this. 3D VTubers. I can't like point well. 3D VTubers. 3D VTubers. The problem is if I point there, like I can't, my camera can't see me. 3D VTubers. That's alright. The script on the side. We'll cover YouTube chat. It's fine. Nobody's said anything yet. Yeah, YouTube chat is barren. It's okay. You can see me looking up to read the script. If I say this, how long is it gonna take? I go, 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. That's right. Read it and weep. Model optimizer for VR. It still sounds like Billy Mays. Model optimizer for VRM3D takes your 3D VTubing models and optimizes the textures to reduce its size without losing any quality. Catch me fucking drowning while saying that. Fuck. It reduces the size by around 20%. Once again, the secret sauce is OptiPNG. You get it for free on my VGen shop at vgen.co/uelo, which nobody's going to know how to say. Maybe I should have uploaded it to a Seria VT. Well, that sucks. I need to rewrite this. This is dead. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models and using OptiPNG. All right. I'm keeping the you might remember me as the little 2D green guy. I think that's funny. Wait, The thing doesn't work. Oh, Nightbot isn't allowed to use my things anymore, is it? Huh. I seem to remember Nightbot being able to use my emotes, but I suppose not. Okay. Do I just run this? It's not that crazy. I kind of don't want to put myself any higher on the screen or like zoom out because then I'm gonna have to like actually have my hands up or else it's gonna look weird because I'm A-posing. We'll just leave it like this. I'll be in the blue void again. It's fine. After all, people aren't watching this announcement because it's quality. They're watching it because they want free shit. And hey, that's fine. It's free for a reason. Primarily because I don't feel okay asking for money when... I mean, this one I actually do quite a bit of things. I have to extract it and I have to... I have to coerce GLTF with, you know, a little bit of violence to actually give up the data. You know. All right. I think we just run this. It's fine. It doesn't need to be a good good video. All right. The 3D VTubers. My hand isn't high enough. The 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. That's right. Read it and weep. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptaPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop at vgen.co/Uenluom, UENLUOM, because I know you're not going to know how to spell that. I don't like how that sounds. I think we get rid of the that's right, read it and weep because it's just it it doubles down on the a little bit too much. And also it takes too long. Now, try again. Am I centered? No. Cool. Fuck. See, I don't have to worry about this with 2D models because I literally can't not be centered. It's pretty hard to fuck it up. But with 3D models, it's pretty hard to be centered. All right. If I move over here, that actually happens. If I move over here, that actually be far down, but that actually happens. Whereas with 2D, I can do backflips and I'll stay in the center of the screen. Just doesn't happen. It is kind of weird that VTube Studio doesn't seem to like use those parameters. I think generally they're used for leans and not for actual movement. So anyway, let's get our script back. All right. 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back. Are you looking at the script? Fuck. All right. Here's the new plan. Now I stare straight at me. You can't see me looking up and down. All right. Whoever just joined, you caught me at a very strange time. Recording my advertisement for Model Optimizer 3D. All right. 3D V. Too low. Imagine if I left that in. 3D VTubers. Where's my... I'm pointing. I have to angle my point down more. Dude, somebody's gonna come into my room and be like, can you shut the fuck up? Ah. Alright. 3D V... That's so far off to the left. I have to go, like, straight at the screen. Alright. 3D VTubers! You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop at vgen.co/uenlewol. Maybe I shouldn't say the link, because nobody's gonna know how to say that or like type it. Nobody knows how. They're gonna hear that and be like, Gesundheit? Is this guy fucking insane? The answer is yes. App. Yep. All right. All right. I accidentally hit Control S. No. All right. Dude, wouldn't it be so funny if somebody model changed me halfway through this? You turned me into the eyes only. That'd be sick. All right. Try to get this good so I can stop yelling 3D VTubers. "3D VTubers! You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. Now." Good enough. All right. Had I yawned right before that, so that entire take I had a single tear rolling down my cheek, just like cries in bankruptcy while releasing a free app. Oh well. I could do it on the Visual Studio scene and go right next to the shameless ad, but this is essentially an ad for my VGen anyway. I could add in like a afterward, because I can stitch two videos together. I can be like, please buy from my VGen. I'm poor. But I feel like it'd be weird. Maybe I should add like a note about how it's essentially taking sharp GLTF and coercing it at gunpoint. I feel like that would be maybe people would think that's scary though. Although internally, apps are always holding each other at gunpoint. GLTF, yes. So GLTF is OpenGL texture format. The fuck is TF? Transmission format. I was wondering about that. I was like, there's like model data and shit. But yes, it is essentially this model right here. This freaky purple woman is a GLTF document. VRM3D is actually a superset of GLTF. So it's essentially the JPEG of 3D is what people call it. Oh wow, it's recent. It was 2015 released. I didn't know that. Hmm. But yes, shall I do another take? Was my take good? I have no idea. I just watch it back. I mean, I don't need it to be. Crop out the center third and call it a day. All right. Where is my file explorer? See. Videos, call me John FNAF. I don't know why I named the folder that, but that is the name of the folder, called Call Me John FNAF. Which is funny because I've never actually played FNAF. I'm on the FNAF kick. I know basically everything that happens and how basically all of the games work, but never played it. I'm not even really that interested in playing it. All right. Let us download. I guess I can like restore the page. Let me click this button to fix the scene's spacing. Click this button to fix my tracking in camera. I'm facing the wrong way for the scene. And now I'm not. See? Isn't the power of software amazing? But yeah, I can like walk over here. Nearly fall over. I can obscure so much of chat. Somebody says something bad, I can just do this. Can't see shit now. Check this out. That's the wrong hand. Check this out. I can block messages. Can't see that. Unfortunately, I am actually left aligned, so I can also turn back onto VTube Studio, but I don't have tracking, so I'll just awkwardly stare directly at you. But wait. That's right. You thought you were safe, but you are not. The only thing I would like to do is actually use the same palette on the PNG file so it doesn't like flash whenever I start speaking. Yes. Dodo. Now there are 3 of them on your screen. Right. You thought you were safe with just 2. But yes. It would be cool to have like a transition that plays between them, but it doesn't really happen often enough. Especially since there isn't one to actually switch to vtuber as the main. I don't even have a way to make more vtuber like models because both of the computers I use often, I can't actually open the model editor on because it uses the .NET file select menu, which on both of my computers is fucked. Let's see if my threads ever got any attention. I don't think so. Um, yeah, no. It's been almost a month and they haven't said anything about it, so I'm just gonna leave the server. All right. We can now copy this locally. Open everybody's favorite video editing software, Kdenlive, which is, I mean, it's getting better. I've had a couple exports that don't take forever. I'm so used to like the exports taking like actually like fucking hours that whenever I get one that goes in like 15 minutes, I'm like, what? Crazy. All right. So first orders first. We will delete all tracks except for audio 3 and video 1. Actually, we will need video 2. I'll be overlaying things. But we do only need the audio one. All right. So let's go to the simple scene and select Kden Live. Why is it? Okay, that was the live split one. I should not have used that one. I understand my mistake. Okay. It's so loud. I sound so weird. I sound like compressed. It's weird. $3D. Why am I so enthusiastic? 3D VTubers. I love the idea of leaving the complete like. I love the idea of leaving that like half second of silence in. It's like a jump scare. It's so stupid. Okay. All right, we have to change it to be vertical. We'll see if Kden Live survives. It usually doesn't. It did. Sick. My favorite thing is how incredibly compressed I look. Look at that. That is atrocity right there. But I really like the 3D VTubers, so I might keep it. Wait, is the capture even working? It wasn't. Here we go. I take a here. Should we use the always watching one? That's the compressed one. All right, and then we will put a transform there. Should I just put like the VGen page? It's like a not the right one. Is this not already published? No, I didn't want to copy it again. Did. Not that. Here. All right, now we run ShareX. Get a picture of the screen. Well, this is set to 540p. That's why it looks so bad. We'll need another track. And another. And another one. All right, let's see. Emotes, big cheer. Should I maybe just leave this on screen the entire time, do you think? The bottom of the screen is going to be too busy. This is where the for you text is. I'll put it just like right here. Just leave it on the entire time. That's fine. Side issue. This is all in the wrong spot now. No. Fine, we'll just use a transform. Leave in the now. Sorry, the only thing I'm thinking about is that this is going to immediately go back to. It's such a stupid way to start the video. All right. Actually, out of curiosity, if you go to vchen.co/venlobo, what do you see? Does it even show my shop? No, it only shows my commissions. The shop has a giant new banner next to it, but maybe the text should probably say my shop's link and not just the link to my. All right. What do we think? Is that good? Is that bad? Oh. Chat. Chat. If we don't mention it, they can't know. If we don't mention it, they can't know. I didn't forget to press the button. You forgot to press the button for me, even though you can't. Oh, you can't even hear it either, can you? Yeah, dude. I'm shitting the bed in every side at once. Here we go. 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green. On, it's quiet. 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. Now. 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. That reduces the I still have the OptiPNG image. Or did I delete it? I very well may have deleted it. Oh, now that I'm accidentally moving my document to my pictures. I think I did delete it. Unless it's in Yeah, no, that's just gone. I'm not gonna bother downloading it again. Unless I have it. I don't. Unless it's in my share X backlog. Very well could be actually. It is. Isn't that crazy? Size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. Now. 3D VTubers. You might remember me as the little 2D green guy, but I'm back with another free app. I made an app that reduces the size of your 3D VTubing models by almost 20% using OptiPNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. Now. 'All right. So we'll take a quick picture of the VGen shop. PNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. Mm-hmm. Here. The PNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. The PNG. Get it for free on my VGen shop. Now. Cool. Good enough. Render this H.264 because I don't think TikTok likes if you upload AV1. It could be fine, but we'll upload this to YouTube. See what happens to. I feel like YouTube's gonna be less enthused about this. But who knows? Were they? Was it YouTube or TikTok that had less engagement on the other one? It doesn't help that neither platform allows neither platform allows me to upload links. I started so mellow on this one. And then on this one, I'm out of the gate. 3D VTubers! Going like the it's echoing? Huh? Oh. Right. It's fixed! I forgot I'm not supposed to leave Beam Center on. Oopsies. Come to think of it, I didn't mention at all how to use it, did I? Oh well. We'll just run it. We'll see how YouTube treats it. The jump scare ad. You know, I'm kind of breaking new ground here, aren't I? You don't typically advertise to people by jump scaring. All right, 3D VTuber jump scare is now on my phone. TikTok. New video. It closed. TikTok. It closed again. All right, well, fuck you, TikTok. Fuck you, Baltimore. All right, fine, I'll use TikTok Studio. Jeez. It closed too. Okay, well, fuck me. I can't do anything. I have to restart my phone. TikTok refuses to do the thing. They know that I'm about to jump scare their entire platform and they're afraid. Phone would do the thing. Part of my chair fall off? The hell? How does that happen? So from where? How? How and where? Haven't found either yet. Oh, part of my chair just decided to no longer be part of the chair. I could update my phone and do the software update. How old are you? Why is it playing? I have pressed profile 7 times, 8 times. Finally. I love that TikTok for the first like 8 seconds it's running just wipes its ass with my inputs. Here we go. 3D VTubers. Come on. Allow me to post. All right. Well, we're going to TikTok Studio. 3D VTuber. V3bers? Three. Wait, I should probably mute. Okay. It was gonna get it like it was playing the music, so I was gonna get blasted. I still might get blasted actually. All right. Once over. 3D VTuber. Perfect. What did I name the other one? Change our cover. Sure, we'll use this as our thumbnail. Always watching at the bottom. There. It's live. All right. That's release. Model Optimizer v1.0 for VRM3D. Can't wait until PNG tuber is asking me to make a an optimizer. It's a PNG. I mean, I guess they're all really PNGs when you think about it. The model is just a 3D PNG. 2D models, just moving PNGs. Truly, we are all one and the same. We're all PNGs. I might switch to Viato because I'm not gonna have tracking for like the next 30 minutes. If I click the right button. There we go. We didn't weep. All right. Now what do we do? We're done with the programming section. Unless we do route spawn. I can even still play Minecraft. It's been a while. We have spent a long time since we last did route spawn. It's bad because we're supposed to be doing it like a lot. I don't know what it is. It's really scary to work on because there's so much to do. And a fleeting amount of time. I have only one more month to do it. Unless I delay again, but I cannot delay again. That is unacceptable. I don't know what it is. It's just been like super difficult to find the motivation to work on it. But now is the time, I suppose. We're already programming today. We might as well keep going, huh? Let's see. Oh, it's gonna be weird because I'm not gonna have the thing working. Well, shit, we're gonna do it anyway. Let's see. Remove the chats because the chats are not set up for this. Change the stream title. Implementing your atrocious Minecraft plugin ideas. Do you want to know how to make anybody feel old? Minecraft is a 2009 game. You're old now. All right, we have to get Minecraft running. If the launcher will work. I seem to remember the launcher never working. Sick. I have like 3 of them, so we'll just go down the list. Slight issue. It has defaulted to being not a square window, which I'm pretty sure that this scene is set up for it to be a square window. Okay. Where even is the Minecraft window? Not even in here. Okay. Right. So, to do that, I need to go into the Minecraft scene. What? Oh, there we go. Yeah, fat free. Let us go into, where is the Minecraft server? Found it. It's on my desktop. You haven't updated in a while. At the very least, it's not making me wait 30 seconds like it used to. That's how they'd force you to update. They would make you wait 30 seconds. Cool, they're doing expensive rendering on the lock screen. All right, they've apparently updated the UI of iPhones. So let's see it be even worse than it was before. Full pay. No. iPhone analytics. No. Differential privacy. Huh? Searches within reach and easy to access in apps. Is that they've just taken the search and moved it from the top to the bottom? Bottom to top, I stop? I feel like every update that happens, my background gets more and more blurred. Can I fix that? Home screen. Hmm. Liquid ass, yeah. I'm curious to see if I can reduce the amount of blurring it's doing on the home screen though. Because the home screen, like the background is so blurry. Like, what if I want to see my background? I got it for a reason after all. I don't want to have just like a tiny bit of color as the only thing I get for that. I don't even know where my photos are. Maybe I removed it from my list. All right. Let's just set this again. Set as What? Can I not? Use this wallpaper. What do you mean preparing? Perfect. Perfect. It's still blurred as all hell. We're gonna look to see if you can change this. iPhone disable background blur on home screen. Pressing and holding the home screen, tapping customize. Selecting the home screen panel. Edit wallpaper, I suppose. Blur. Perfect. Okay. It wasn't that bad, but I really thought it would be in options under home screen and not on the home screen edit menu where you move all of the apps. Anyway, we have an ad in 23 seconds. um, so that's the thing. See if the Minecraft server is working. Apparently not. That isn't my address. Hell. All right. Instead of down patching the server, I'm down patching the game. I don't care if it's up to date or not. Damn it, I have to make a custom new installation for 121.10. Haven't they ever learned of semantic versioning? Minor releases are supposed to be like backwards compatible. The game isn't the right size anymore. What the hell? Damn, and the capture is wrong. Oh, that's right. All right, we'll just do window title or of same executable. That should be fine. All right. So remember, we do have a tiny view of the game. What the hell did we do last time? The fuck did I do? What did I do? This world has been annihilated. Okay. Maybe we generate a new world. This one seems to have had a bad history, we'll say. Um it's yeah. It's like lagging. Look at that. 69 FPS on Minecraft in a fucking like 800 by 600 window. That's wild. All right, well, let's stop the server. Just delete the world really quick. And now the world's nice again. It's still lagging somehow, but the world's nice again. Jesus. Game is struggling. Unfortunately, the chunk error is gone. It was the only interesting thing about this world. All right. So let's see, where were we? What was going on over here? Also, everything's in the testing window and I don't know why. Um, so let's take a look at our Ratzo definitions. We have altitude sickness, magnetism, health drain. All right, we need some trials. So I know that we had one for like breaking 10 blocks or something. Um, yeah, breaking 8 to 12 blocks. We need more trials. So we need like interesting challenges for people to do that should always be available, or maybe not always available, but should be something you could generally do. It's crazy how this game manages to perform poorly in a tiny window like this. But what are some good, let me get YouTube chat open again actually. Um where is it? One of these windows. All right. We have YouTube chat open again. Their Twitch chat. In case anybody pops by YouTube. Have I renamed the stream? Yes. We'll see if it goes back through the rounds. Probably won't. It'll probably be the generic "I'm doing it again" stream title. Speaking of, what's the immediate reaction to oh, oh. What's the immediate reaction on TikTok to Model Optimizer 3D? 62 views, but nobody has commented or even liked it. Damn. People hate the 3D VTubers jump scare. If people didn't swipe away in the half second that nothing is going on. I joke about that, but it probably is going to happen. Dude, I swear I hate using TikTok so much. The app is constantly opening things for like you, like interrupting you. So like if I open TikTok, it'll be like install this from the Google Play Store, right? No, I didn't install it from the Google Play Store, and I intend to keep it that way. Um, if I didn't install it from the Google Play Store, there's probably a reason. Um, so it does that like fucking all the time while I'm editing and shit. It's so annoying. It's part of the reason I'm considering not editing my TikToks on TikTok and just like posting everything from desktop. Um, yeah, that's really annoying. The other thing that annoys me is that every time I go to my feed to like see what people are doing, because I like to see if anybody's commenting. Because I like to reply to the comments. I think it's fun. Um, but what I'll see is that you'll open the feed and it'll be like, let us have permission to find your contacts on Facebook. You can't see my expression right now, but I'm not I don't look like the kind of person that uses Facebook. Look, if I used Facebook, right? I'm just gonna be real with you. If I go on Facebook, right, and I look like this, taking a long time to catch up, and I look like this, right? People are either going to want to kill me, or I'm gonna get DMs from really horny old men who want nothing more than to go on a date with me. Like, I don't want to be on Facebook. In fact, I can think of no platform I would want to be on less than Facebook, which would be really funny. Why are there so many Endermen? Oh fuck, they're everywhere. Um, but like, I would never want to be on Facebook. It would be funny if they still had a streaming service. Do people still live stream on Facebook? How about Vine? Vine is dead, so no matter what I want, it'll never happen. I feel like 6 seconds isn't long enough to make something funny. Wasn't Vine owned by Twitter? But yes, if I go on Facebook looking like this, I'm getting. I mean, I've already had horny people come into the stream. I still remember him. I don't know if he remembers me. I considered reaching out to him. I still have his information. I say I have his information like it isn't just his username. I do have his username. He does stream periodically. The guy who came in here is very horny. The point where I'm not sure it wasn't like a thing that he was doing just for funny. Who knows? But I could go onto his stream or his page and send him a message, be like, "Hey, what's up? Been a while." When did he last stream? It says 7 months ago, but if I remember correctly, he was actually streaming a few weeks ago. But it's not listed on his account. Because Twitch will say that you weren't streaming if the VOD doesn't exist. But yes. Can we talk about the absolutely atrocious performance I'm getting from fucking Minecraft right now? There. Render distance 2 chunks. It's still lagging. That's insane. How am I getting a frame rate this bad? What the hell? Holy shit. Give feedback. Your performance is shit. Literally, how am I getting like... It says 97, but I don't think that's true. I accidentally just took 2 screenshots too. But yeah, it is not performing even that well. I'm getting like stutters of like insane amount. Holy shit. It's either that I'm using the open source JDK instead of like release Java from like Oracle, but I really don't think it'd be that much different. But yeah, we need some trials. So something like kill monsters. Detonate 100 TNT. That would be really hard. That's right. Daylight cycle is enabled again. Really blanking on any ideas here. Kill monsters is like the easy one. I mean, we have break blocks, which is already trivially easy. Need something more difficult. Do something like recover 10 hearts or something, which is played whenever you heal. You need to get at least like 10 health back. Be something as simple as just like recovering. It would be really funny if you had to recover health or else you get health drain. We could have it hint too. You can. Part of the thing about this system that we're building is that it's supposed to be extensible. So the server is required to send any data it doesn't understand, so long as that data does not end up going past a certain size limit. So you can only have so much complexity in your events, but generally it should be allowed to do a lot of things. Can't think of any good trials. Oh, I just thought of a very devious one. It's to take one of your pieces of equipment and destroy it, like burn it in lava or something. But you'd have to have some sort of precondition to check that it makes sense. Because if you have, I think netherite equipment doesn't burn. Does it not? I can't remember. It doesn't burn. If you have netherite equipment, that cannot apply to you. It would also have to immediately mark the item stacks that are currently equipped so that you don't like have your diamond armor equipped and then you have like leather boots that you discard. No, it must be something you were currently wearing at the time it was applied. I don't know how I would do that though. You'd have to tag it somehow. I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be serialized because it's something that if the server closed, you wouldn't have anymore. That is an interesting one, but I just don't want to implement it right now. It sounds like too much of a pain in the ass. That's a devious one though. But you can't see it because I'm not scrolled down far enough. But yeah, that's the one we just added to the list. It's not implemented at the moment, but you need to destroy one of your items, but it needs to be checked to make sure that that's possible. Because if you have no equipment, you're guaranteed to fail because there were no items tagged. And if all of your equipment cannot be destroyed, then you're guaranteed to fail. So that also can't trigger it. So it has to check first. Make sure that it is something that you can do. Which is going to be part of the general thing that you have to do a lot of in developing this, is do preconditions to make sure that they make sense. Like, for example, fly 1,000 blocks in an elytra would be kind of a dick thing to give you in like the first 10 minutes of the game. I think it has to do with the like the chunk building, because this is like really slow and all I'm doing is auto clicking. Is struggling. It's funny too, because you can see anytime that sword icon goes above like the very bottom of it, that's lag that's so intense that the auto clicker isn't able to click for several updates in a row. Like, there's some extreme lag. I don't know why. I was gonna say it's probably memory, but I don't think so. Also, this game is crazy for allocation. Look at that. It's allocating 112 megabytes per second. For what? That is atrocious memory performance. Because it could be like steady. What is it even allocating for? I'm curious. If I teleport like really high, there is now nothing in the world that should be updating. Because I am high enough that I am more than 16 chunks away from everything. The game is still allocating a crazy amount of data. Does that have to do with being on the server? Oh, look, it's still allocating a bunch of shit even on the fucking menu. How? How are you allocating so much? Curious now. Why is Minecraft allocating so much memory? I will say this is one of the benefits of Bedrock, is that the implementation of it is actually a lot better. But it's still pretty bad. Bedrock has a bunch of like features that are different than Java. Like Redstone is entirely different, which is kind of weird. And obviously the modding support. Why is it the lighting is 0 here, apparently. Where's the sun? Oh. That's weird. Isn't OpenGL version like way higher than 3.3? Yeah. Hmm. All right. Sorry, I got distracted by OpenGL versus Vulkan. I'm curious because I do need to make an OpenGL driver for Insanity Engine. And probably also a Vulkan driver. Um, it's also going to be weird because the interface is tied to DirectX. Like the interface is made for DirectX. So yeah. Huh. I don't know. I'm having trouble focusing. Now I kind of want to do like I kind of want to work with Vulkan and OpenGL. I haven't ever worked with OpenGL or Vulkan. I've never used either. I've only used DirectX. I haven't even used Direct3D. That's I've only used Direct 2D and D-Write. That's it. I kind of want to fuck with 3D apps, which is weird. Um, I do really need to do this though. I'm running out of time. But now that I've looked at the Vulkan and Direct or OpenGL pipeline, I am very interested. Oh, fuck me. All right, we're gonna go do that. I want to. I need it. I don't, but I want to do it. So we're gonna do it. I also kind of have to go to the bathroom, which is fair. It's been 4.5 hours. All right. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom really quick, and then we will work on the Vulkan implementation of Insanity Engine. It's been a long time since I've written C++. You know, you stay away from it for a while, and you're like, wow, it's been so long since I've written C++, and then you open your application and you take a look at the code and you go, oh fuck, that's why I don't use C++. It's gonna suck, but that's what C++ is all about. Making everything as painful as possible. But yes. We are going to um work on Insanity Engine. I also just can't think of anything that I want to implement. C-Pain, yes. Back to the software and game development category for me. Okay. So I'm gonna run a quick 3-minute ad while I run to the bathroom. And we'll be back for Insanity Engine, which is gonna be an experience. It's been a while. Um Also a bunch of people just joined. Hello. We're switching categories. Um we're gonna do a little bit of painful development. Because what's a little bit of development if not very painful? All right. I will see you in 3 minutes, or maybe slightly longer if it ends up being trouble. Let's see. Back. Holy shit, I took 8 minutes. Well, better late than never, I suppose. Thank you. Let's get back on screen. Okay. Where the hell is... The problem is I can't see Visual Studio because my phone... We'll just do that. Oh, there was a button for that. Oh dear. Ah, yes. Insanity Engine. It has been a long time, hasn't it? It's been half a year, hasn't it? Half a year. That is wild. Huh? Yes. So, here it is. Everybody's favorite C++ game engine other than Unreal Engine because none of them exist. For a brief stint, we had our machinery, but then they deleted it and told everybody, hey, we're revoking your license. I don't know why they did that, but it is notable that the guys who made our machinery are actually based on, or they're the guys who worked on BitSquid, I think. I wonder if they tried to take some of the technology of BitSquid and then Autodesk found out. That's my hypothesis, at least. No idea how accurate it is. Probably isn't accurate. All right. So now the idea is we need to take specifically this API and implement it in OpenGL. Now, I'm going to warn you ahead of time. A decent bit to almost all of this stream is going to be me looking up how to do things in OpenGL. I have never used OpenGL before. I've used WebGL, but I don't think that counts. So, our goal today is to get something running with OpenGL. Something. And if we're very lucky, we might even get an image on the screen. All right. I'm hard limiting the duration of this stream at 10 hours. At 10 hours, I have to stop. So our goal is within the next 5 hours and change to figure out how the fuck to implement OpenGL from completely no knowledge. And the first order of business is to make an assembly for it. Let us begin with that. I'm going to copy and paste the DirectX assembly, which apparently is 120 megabytes. It's going to take a second. Kind of curious to see. I'm just like watching to see how the reaction to the VTuber jump scare is. Okay. Okay. So, get init, get stage all, get status. Sure. Get remote add origin. What? Oh. I was wondering about that. I'm like, why is it taking so long? Normally you push twice and it works. But sometimes you have to try multiple times, and sometimes you have to remember to actually commit. Don't commit, nothing happens. Okay. Let us add OpenGL to Identity Engine. Easiest way to do that, to add an existing project that I have renamed. The Identity Engine. Identity Engine OpenGL. Okay. Now what we need to do is come through essentially what we're going to do is in DirectX base, we are going to remove all of this. Remove all of this. We're actually going to even delete this file. Direct 2D render is the entry point for a lot of this. Now, we don't have any of the DirectX classes. And now we need to figure out where the hell we get OpenGL from. Realistically, I have it. I just need to figure out how to do it. OpenGLtutorial.org. That sounds useful. OpenGL 3.3 in and later. It hasn't been updated in a lot of years. All right. So I want to do 2D text. Wait, really? There's no 2D there's no 2D rendering things? I mean, it's not actually this bad. That's crazy. No way. Hmm. So it looks like text is gonna be my fucking sleep paralysis demon, even in OpenGL. Actually, specifically in OpenGL, it's even worse because OpenGL doesn't have an API to draw text. What a nightmare. Does Vulkan have an API to draw text? Probably not. Lower level. Here, we're gonna try this. Vulkan draw text. Tell me that I don't have to do the thing. The easiest approach is to render and draw all of the characters of a font to a texture. That's such a shit solution. That's such a terrible solution. I'm not happy with this solution. Because with DirectX, you just throw a string on the at the screen and it just works. You don't have to do anything. But with OpenGL, you have to make a fucking texture for it. That's so shit. So shit. That's the worst. And here I was thinking that we'd be able to do this in 5 hours. That's not happening. Okay. My question then is, how large is their free type library? It's 3 megabytes. It's 20 megabytes. Holy shit. Okay, well, let's extract this to my desktop. We have to use this because not only does everybody use it, but OpenGL doesn't have a software to do this for you. I'm starting to see why I never used OpenGL. Oh, the misery. Well, at least the build worked. It just blasts you straight with the stuff, which is good. Makes me happy. The only problem is I have no idea where to do the thing. Where did it build to? Where did it build to? What? Objects. It's not the worst. I mean, it is pretty bad. It's 679 kilobytes, which doesn't sound like a lot, but the engine is supposed to be less than 30. And additionally, I would prefer not to have any more than one file my thing. For that reason, I'm going to build it static and not dynamic. Also build it debug static. Yeah. Okay. Now what do I link to get OpenGL? Do I even have what I need to do this? I have no idea what you do to initialize OpenGL. Man, they're not as fun. Okay. The GLFW doesn't provide an MS build solution, so I actually do have to fucking use CMake. I hate CMake so much. It's just so painful to use. Why is it still outputting the Steinberg? I have to reinstall CMake. Fuck me. To be fair, my version of CMake is probably horrifyingly out of date. I probably installed it not too long after installing Windows. Computing space requirements. I have enough space. Wow, they even made the text tiny. That's crazy. I forgot that OpenGL is the first thing you have to do is install a bunch of extensions because default OpenGL is shit. You have to install GLFW and GLEW. Might as well download Glue while I'm at it. And precompiled binaries. I love you. I mean, they're Win32. They're 32-bit binaries, but you know what? That's fine. Nope, they're 64 too. Kind of large. How is it 462? I will probably have to compile Glue as well. I want it to be statically linked. All right, I'm gonna run CMake again. It's still got the wrong link. Still defaulting to Steinberg. Okay. This isn't the exciting part of software development. So bear with me while I go and try to figure out where it built everything to. Examples, tests. Where did you put the output? Where did it go? What? Can't just not build it. Am I just an idiot? Or like, where's the shit going? Went into source, nice. Why do you do this to me? Wait, it's a lot smaller now. Oh, this is glfw, that's why. I need it to be a static library. That do anything? I don't think it worked. Hmm. Still don't know what glfw stands for. Graphics library framework. Oh. Um, how do I build it to be statically linked? The thing is, I want it to be one file. I don't want it to be like a bunch of different files. I want it to be one file specifically. Huh. Well, that's a problem. Apparently, GLFW causes the C++ compiler to crash. Okay. All I did was ask it not to generate examples. That's all I asked for. Works now. Okay. Out of curiosity, if I turn this off, does the file size go crazy? No, actually, it gets smaller. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so I fucked it up by choosing that. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. It's just really shit gas. Um, right, now we need to install glue. See if I can figure this one out. Oh, it doesn't include the source. It. Have to go find glue again. Did they not use CMake? Here we go. Yeah, I was wondering about that. What's going on? So, slight issue. Glue doesn't seem to include all of the source. Like, a good bit of the source is just missing. The hell? Okay, maybe hold on. Build on Windows. Visual Studio. Here we go. Use the provided Visual Studio project file and build VC15. Okay. To that end, I'm going to close CMake. I'm going to come back to my glue folder and I'm going to nuke it. I'm going to completely annihilate it. I'm going to extract the glue tar directly to this folder. All right. Build VC15 glue solution. I'm going to retarget all. How is it this bad? The hell? Guys, there's no fucking way. This is like a standard library for every application that uses OpenGL. And it doesn't even include the code in the repository. How are you not going to include the code for glue in glue? Did we delete it to be funny or what? Because glue.c, which is a required file, is not present in the entire like thing. It's nowhere. So you can't build it from Windows. You need to use Unix or Mac. Why put it on GitHub? So why is SourceForge taking forever to reply? SourceForge, please. I mean, I guess this is good enough. I'm not thrilled that I have to just kind of just trust me, bro, with the libraries, but you know, nothing I can do about it. The code just literally isn't there. All right, through the power of downloading shit from the internet, we now have glfw, glew, and freetype. And now we can struggle to make a window. It is going to be an issue, isn't it? We somehow have to create a window because glfw tries to do it for you, which we actually can't do. It needs to not be done for us. So for this, I'm going to unload the DirectX project and Xaudio too. We will have to make an open AL system as well. All right. Okay. So we need to initialize it. I can't remember if we're supposed to return 0 in DLL main. Okay. See if that works. Um, hmm. Okay. I forgot. So there's this thing where the root of all of the source is not source folder. It's not the project folder. It's actually project underscore source or forward slash source. Hydrate in a minute. Right now I'm suffering. Okay. Now I can call LFW initialize. All right. Put some water. So, the problem I'm running into is that it's going to be really weird to set this up. So, we call glfw initialize. Okay. See if this will let me create. Callback void glfw error callback. I was wondering about that. The problem I have is that we already have a window. Hmm. So the weird thing is, um, I need to have separate input implementers. I mean, I guess they could all be registered in one thing, but the problem is they don't work if, for example, your DirectX isn't working. Like if you have DirectX on and you use the GLFW input handler, it'll fail. So I don't know that it works as part of the API. None of this is going to work, so delete all this. Okay. So the hard part is going to be primitives. Weirdly enough, that's going to be the hardest part. Um, all of the 2D stuff is going to be really hard because that's not a thing in OpenGL. There are no 2D things. It's specifically for 3D. Chat, there's no way. Chat, there's no fucking way. It's this complicated to draw a line. His code is 101 lines long. To draw a fucking line. Oh dear. You know it's not good when drawing a line is tutorial 7. I have bitten off way more than I can chew, haven't I? Alright. You know, it's fine. You know what? Let's start way easier. OpenGL draw a rectangle. I feel like they said it the best way. OpenGL3 makes it easy to write complicated stuff, but at the expense that drawing a simple triangle is actually quite difficult. Oh dear. So the other thing that I'm worried about that most operations in OpenGL seem to be um, under the assumption that you're going to be sending data to the GPU only once, which is not a good assumption for Insanity Engine, where things will change quite often. Um, how am I going to do this? Hmm. Hmm. I'm not getting any of these messages. Hold on. All right, so apparently my texts come in through email and not my IP phone. Is just grand. That makes me so happy. That's wild. Damn. Valve deleted their OpenGL extension or the OpenGL tutorial. Hmm. I love this. If you have the extension, you can use it. Otherwise, you have to implement it yourself anyway. I recognize like half of the stream so far has been me just looking at things and going, hmm. But like legitimately, it looks like OpenGL implements nearly nothing, and you have to do basically all of it yourself. But don't worry, Vulkan is lower level, so it's only going to be worse. Hmm. Hmm. So quite annoyingly, it looks like the solution will be to make a texture atlas for the text. Um, and then for the perhaps more annoyingly, the answer for the line is to send two vertices to the GPU and then draw a line, and then we're gonna have to delete them because the line can change every frame. So what I might do is not include GLEW. I might not use extensions at all. Sounds like pain. Hmm. It really is going to be one of those situations where it's going to take like 9 hours to get a single line, isn't it? We've already spent an hour and a half, and I haven't written shit. Mainly because what I'm attempting to do is determine whether or not this is worth the effort. We could just make somebody else do it. That's the good thing about having an open ecosystem, that I don't necessarily have to do anything. It can just be, it's their problem. Which is so much easier than actually implementing it. So the other problem is I think we already have a window. In source, we're expected to create a window. Oh, see that? In source, yeah, we create a window. So in GLFW, we can't do that. Oh dear. There's the other problem. Insanity Engine apps are expected to provide their own window. I can't do that with GLFW. There has been an issue open on the GitHub repository for 13 years, and it hasn't been resolved. Therefore, I can say with relative certainty it will never be resolved. Which means something even worse. I have to make my own GL context. I now have to do everything by myself. Hmm. Hmm. I love trying to open a zip file from the Firefox downloads, and it just doesn't work. Right. So, huh, OpenGL is going to be an absolute bitch to support, and which means Vulkan is going to be even worse. I can't use GLFW because I already have a window, and you can't really do anything other than make a child window and like set it to be the same location. Something. which doesn't seem like a good solution. I mean, I suppose if we think about it level-headedly, if we're trying to get some form of cross-platform output from this, we shouldn't be supplying like a native window at all. It should be it should be creating its own window, which can be done. It's just gonna be weird because that means inherently the graphics system owns the window. Which I would say is like, that's fine because, well, the graphics is, or the window is primarily a graphics thing, but it's not. In Windows, it's basically everything. It is your application's interface to the system, at least in the general sense. It's like, how do you go about dealing with that? It would also require all existing Insanity Engine apps to be changed. I mean, there's not a lot of them. There's only like 6, but like, annoying. 2 a.m. is not the time to be making complex architectural decisions about your game engine. I think for the time being, I'm going to probably gonna put a pin into it here because this is gonna end up being one of those things where it takes forever and it's gonna be really boring. Like really boring. Should have done Minecraft. Shit. Anyway, I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Let's see. I'm gonna raid Hika because she's doing something far more interesting than I am. Nope, I just attempted to raid channel. Here we go. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed, even though it was a little weird. But yes, I am absolutely. I'm so tired. But yes, we will be live again. Maybe late tomorrow. It remains to be seen. I'm gonna meet with some friends, so we'll see if we make it back in time. But yes. That's it. I'm like so like head empty, no thoughts right now. My mind is thinking so much about OpenGL at the moment, which is honestly that's awful. I hate to be looking at OpenGL in your mind, but yes, it will happen probably. Maybe it won't actually, but we'll see. My brain is tiny. See you next time. Bye.